The Cubs offense got healthy last night, riding their young bats to a 17-run outburst. The Indians need to quickly turn the page and land the first punch tonight against the Northsiders. Danny Salazar will try to go Bob Seger and pitch like a rock to give the Tribe bullpen a break. Next on Sports Time Ohio. Well, the tarp is off the field. Grounds crew will now try to get the field ready for play as quickly as possible, and then we will be underway tonight as the Indians and the Cubs put the wraps on their brief 2-game series. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. 2 nights ago in Chicago, it was a great pitching performance by Trevor Bauer as he silenced the young guns of Chicago. But last night, Bryant, Russell, Rizzo, Schwarber, they were a load.
They all had their way last night. Kyle Schwarber, he was called up. He's going to be DHing for him at least to the end of the week. Not only gets his first major league hit, gets his RBI, and starts cruising. Addison Russell hits a 2-run home run in a big 6-run inning, and it didn't stop there because Anthony Rizzo goes down to one knee. He hits a 2-run home run. Brian ended up hitting a grand slam throughout the course of the night. It was 17-0, and you can see some of these good young hitters that the Cubs have coming up. 25 and younger. Rizzo's 25, Brian 23, Russell is 21, Schwarber 22. He'll be going down probably after Sunday.
What was ironic about last night's ball game is that the man who started it for Cleveland was coming off arguably his best start as an Indian. But Sean Markham didn't have it last night. Only lasted 2 innings, gave up 6 runs in that 1 inning in the second. And then after the ball game, he was designated for assignment. So the Indians have made some roster changes before tonight's ball game. They also sent Zach Walters back to Columbus. So they've called up some bullpen help. They had to use 9 pitchers last night, and 2 of them weren't pitchers. David Murphy and Ryan Rayburn.
Yeah.
So Jeff Manship is up to give that bullpen some help, and Kyle Crockett, who we haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah, he was up here to start the year, was sent back down, now been pitching much better, I guess, in those last 7 or 8 games. So he is back.
Danny Salazar will pitch tonight for the Indians, and a win would give him a new career high in victories.
Danny Salazar has been very good after an Indians loss this year. He has made 6 starts after a loss. He's 5-0 with a no decision. He's 3-0 in this ballpark this year, so he's the guy I think you want on the mound tonight, Matt. Never facing the Cubs before, but the good fastball, his good changeup, or what is a splitter in turn, he will be matched up against Jason Hamill, who's having probably the finest year for the Cubs starters this year. He's 5-2, a 2.81 ERA. His slider's been very good, and he's also been good on the road. He is 4-2 this year.
Danny Salazar unbeaten at home this year, 8-4 in his career here at Progressive Field. Well, the bad news is we're not starting on time. The good news is they're getting the field ready for play. So hopefully right around 7:30 we'll be underway with the first pitch tonight between the Indians and the Chicago Cubs. Stay right there. We'll keep you entertained up until then when we come back. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by W.B. Mason, the official office supplier of the Cleveland Indians. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. By your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And by the injury lawyers at Elk & Elk, proud sponsors of the Cleveland Indians. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Chicago Cubs. The Indians take the field, and we'll take a look at Joe Maddon's starting lineup tonight for Chicago, brought to you by Toyota. Dexter Fowler will lead it off. Then it's Anthony Rizzo, followed by Chris Bryant. Miguel Montero back in the lineup tonight, hitting cleanup. Starlin Castro will bat fifth. Chris Coughlin hitting sixth. Chris Denorfia had a big night last night, batting seventh. Then it's Kyle Schwarber, followed by Addison Russell.
Tonight's Northern Ohio Honda starting pitcher is going to be Danny Salazar. Danny making his 12th start of the year. He's 6-2 with a .354 earned run average. He's been outstanding when you look at the numbers. He's a perfect 3-0 at home with a .316 earned run average. He's never pitched against the Chicago Cubs. He'll make his first start, but he's been on a nice roll, and he's taken pride going deep. In his last start at Detroit, he was beat 4-0. They did not score, tough to win. Gave up the big home run in that ball game. But Salazar has been back. He's given up 10 home runs this year in 68 2/3 innings. If he can keep the ball out of the middle of the plate, elevate it, and go to that split finger pitch, he should be very good tonight. Let's check out the defense behind Danny tonight. It is brought to you by Chrysler. It looks like this. Brantley is in left, Bourne in center, Moss in right. It'll be Urshela at third, Lindor at short, Kipnis at second, Santana at first, with Gomes doing the catching.
Tony Randazzo behind the plate tonight. Will Little at first, Phil Cuzzy at second, and the crew chief Jerry Davis down at third. Kia in the driver's seat with Danny Salazar this year. 6 times he started after an Indians loss.
That's pretty special.
5-0.
Yeah, that's what you call a stopper right there. He's been after a loss, and again, he's coming after a big loss last night, 17-0 loss, although it only counts as one. But he's going to be up there and try and split this series with the Cubbies before they take off out of town tonight.
We're ready to go as Salazar's first pitch up and away, ball one. So in all, a 25-minute rain delay tonight.
Well,
delay.
How about delay, not rain delay?
Some type of delay. A little bit high. Dexter Fowler 1 for 4 last night. Walked twice, scored a couple of runs. Lifted to left. Brantley circling back under it and makes the catch. 1 away. Our window system's game time temperature tonight. A little humid after the rain. And eventually we'll have it here. We go 75 degrees. Calm winds, really not any kind of breeze at all to speak of. And there still are scattered thunderstorms in the area forecasted throughout the night.
I heard Andre felt it in his knees today. That's why they had to pull that tarp. He was having a tough time walking.
Anthony Rizzo pops one to shallow center. And Lindor calls for it, squeezes it, 2 down. Our keys to the game brought to you by Wayside Furniture. As we talked about with Salazar, averaging better than 6 innings per start, and with all the bullpen usage last night, it would be great if he can get deep into the ballgame. And for the Indians offensively, how about an early response after being shut out in the loss last night?
Well, it was an amazing turn of events yesterday, is that they had a chance to score in the bottom of the first, and their runner was cut down at home plate, Michael Brantley, and then they proceeded to go out and score 6 in the top half of the second.
Chris Bryant pulls it foul. Bryant was quiet last night until the 9th inning when he hit a grand slam, but that was, of course, off one of the Indians' position players. And as Bryant cuts and misses, he had 1 base hit up until that point. Still, It was enough to extend his hitting streak to 13 games. Right there is Kipnis near the bag. Throws him out. Cubs go 1-2-3. The Indians are coming to bat. Tribe coming to bat here in the bottom of the first inning, and Terry Francona's starting lineup is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Jason Kipnis riding a 12-game hitting streak will lead it off. Then it's Francisco Lindor. Michael Brantley hits third. Santana, Murphy, and Moss in the middle. Gomes, Bourne, and Giovanni Urshela, who's getting hot offensively, will bat ninth.
32-year-old Jason Hamill, 6'6", 225 pounds, makes a start. He's probably been Chicago's best starter this year, 5-2, a nice 281 earned run average in his 80 innings, 80 strikeouts. Opposition hitting just 219 against Hamill this year. His slider's been the pitch that made the difference. This will be his 5th start against the Indians. Last time he faced them, June 26, 2013 at Camden Yards. He's 0-3 in his career against the Tribe with a 5.40 ERA.
Jason Kipnis looks at a ball up high. Two and 0. And a fastball strike. Down low, 3 balls, 1 strike. Kipnis, in addition to the 12-game overall hitting streak, has hit in 21 straight here at home. And a 3-1, a foul back, full count.
Good swing, got a high fastball to get after and fouled it back.
The payoff pitch, fouled away. The 3-2, again fouled away. The payoff pitch, another foul as Kipnis puts up a tough at bat here right out of the gate. Now the 3-2. Up high, ball 4. Terrific leadoff at bat for Jason Kipnis. And that'll bring up Francisco Lindor as we take a look at our T-Mobile game changer. Longest hit streaks in Progressive Field history. Only Elvis Andrus has a longer streak in this ballpark than Kipnis now at 21 games. Francisco Lindor, switch hitter, 0 for 4 last night. And takes a look at the ball up high. Lindor, just the threat of a bunt has drawn Chris Bryant in on the grass at third. Middle infielders play him pretty much straight up. So he can shoot for the hole on the right side. He's got the third baseman drawn in. He can shoot it by him.
Well, Hamill's a high fastball pitcher, and he's missing up in the zone early.
No exotic shifts put on here for Lindor. Part of that is they just don't have much of a book on him yet, I guess.
That's true. You know, they don't, and the scouts haven't had a big chance to see him play at the major league level. You give it a couple of weeks, though, and word travels fast at the big league level.
Popped up, foul, out of play.
You know, and the funny thing is, the first week or couple of weeks that you get to the big leagues, you're going to get tested to see if you can hit the fastball. You know, you'll get your fastballs to hit, and hopefully you get your base hits on them. And they start making adjustments once they see you handle the fastball, if you can pull it, if you go the other way.
Isn't that what every scout's looking for right away? What does he do when he gets a fastball?
Yeah.
A fastball count?
Can he hit the fastball? And if he can he do damage to it? Where do you hit it? Do you hit it where it's pitched? You know, and Lindor's not a power guy, so they just want to get a good look at him. He's going to see his share of changeups, breaking balls. He's a switch hitter, though, so they got to check him out from both sides of the plate.
The 1-1 in the dirt, blocked nicely by Montero.
Yes, it was a very nice block. That was a sharp breaking slider right there.
Montero was out last night. He had lower back spasms, but able to get right back in the lineup tonight.
Well, he may have them if his slider keeps going into the dirt like that all night. That has been his bread and butter pitch. Good swing.
Lindor takes a long look down to third base coach Mike Sarbaugh before he steps back in. Shoots it by the third baseman,
baby.
Bryant, down the left field line. Kipnis going to hit the bag. He's going for third. No throw. Indians at the corners with nobody out.
What a beautiful at-bat and a nice protect swing right there by Lindor. That's one right there where there's not a darn thing you can do if you're the defense. They're playing him over with 2 strikes. He gets a fastball and he lets it track deep into the zone. Slaps it the other way. Kipnis does the right thing to go to third. Lindor was thinking second, but in left field, Coughlin made a good play. Go, keep the double play in order, make it first and third. Nice job of hitting. First and third for the Indians, and a great opportunity to get on the board.
Michael Brantley will be the hitter. Brantley has hit in 13 of his last 14 games. 27 of his 34 runs batted in have come when they've had a runner in scoring position. Hitting .328 in these situations now.
Good curveball to start him out for strike one. Get me over strike right there with runners in scoring position.
Brantley sends one down the left field line, slicing into the corner. It's a fair ball. Scoring is Kipnis. Lindor will go to third, and Brantley will be awarded second on a double. Not sure if a fan reached over and got it or if it just hopped up into the seats.
It bounced in.
But it's an RBI double for Brantley. His 35th run batted in on the year, his 21st double, and the Indians will play from in front tonight.
Ball was slicing away from him. We'll make this our McDonald's. I'm loving it. First batter with a chance with a runner in scoring position. He slices it down the line and hops into the seats. Michael Brantley, ground rule double. Good thing it went into the seats because Lindor, I don't know if he wanted to go back and tag or not. You got to get over there and get to second base. You don't tag up. But it goes into the seats and it's second and third, and the Indians will take a 1-0 lead.
Santana will bat here with second and third, nobody out. 3 on the right side of the infield now for Chicago. Carlos went 0 for 3 last night, takes a first pitch, breaking ball for a strike. Down on the dirt, almost hit him. And here comes Lindor. The flip, he's safe. Ball kicks away. Brantley's going to hold right there at third. Oh, how about the aggressive hustle by Francisco Lindor, and it's 2-0 Cleveland.
Well, it goes to show you if you get a jump and you have speed, what you can do if you get a read off of third base. Now, this kid is, he's never seen this pitcher or catcher before. He just got a great read, and watch him. He made a decision and didn't hesitate. And that ball barely on the grass, not even a play. Michael Brantley had a chance to come around and score if he was watching. Check it out. Great hustle. Gotta love that. You make things happen. It's 2-0. Brantley goes to third base, and now the infield's in. 3 on the right.
1-1 to Santana. A little bit high. 2 balls and a strike. Well, what a great start in terms of the response that we were looking for from the Indians tonight. 2 on the board, a runner at third, still nobody out.
Yes, he did.
The appeal, and third base umpire Jerry Davis says he went around, and it is a strike. It's 2-2.
Yeah, he went. No doubt about it. So now the count is even.
Lindor talking with Ryan Rayburn there along the rail. And others. 2-2 pitch popped up out of play. Boy, Tom Boschenik says the last time the Indians scored a first inning run was May 30th. Wow. Infield in, 3 on the right side. 2-2 to Santana. And it's up and foul and down the line, out of play. Joe Madden watching Francisco Lindor run aggressively here tonight. Jason Kipnis got it started with a walk. He aggressively went first to third on the hit by Lindor. Brantley the RBI double. 2-2 pitch. Santana takes up and away, full count. Jason Hamill's payoff pitch, and Santana fouls it off. That went by Dave Murphy, who's in the on-deck circle.
How many times have you seen Santana take a swing like that?
I can't tell you if I've ever seen it.
Exactly. When you're sitting on deck, there's no way you're going to think that Santana's going to try and protect to stay alive. That was an emergency swing.
That was by him, huh?
Yep. He had to be looking breaking ball, but he got a piece of the fastball. That should show you how quick you could be to just foul off that pitch. That's what I think he was looking for, but he goes down as a strikeout victim.
First out of the inning.
Let's take a look at the Cubs defense, brought to you by Chrysler. Behind Hamill, they are 13th in the league in the National League as far as errors go. They made 49. Coughlin on left, Fowler center, Denorfia right. Bryant third, Castro short. Russell second, Rizzo first, Montero catching.
David Murphy serving as the designated hitter tonight. Infield in for the Cubs. Now they're spread all around the horn. And it's up and away, ball one.
Boy, this is the start you wanted to get. A 1-2-3 first for the Indians, and then all of a sudden you come back in and you get your offense rolling.
Already 26 pitches for Hamill, as you see there.
Yeah, and already 6 two-strike foul balls. So they've been making him work, and he's been behind a few hitters.
Out of play. And a count 1-2. How about that? 5 for 5.
Let's make it 6 for 6. 1-2. He'll have the protect swing. Even though the infield's in, you don't have to hit it hard. He's going to have to hit the slider here.
Way outside.
He hasn't had control of that pitch either in the first inning. After walking the first hitter, he's been out of that stretch ever since. So he's been struggling to find his pitches. And when you have to go to your go-to pitches in that first inning, when you're not even in a rhythm yet, sometimes very tough to do.
Strikes him out. Boy, back-to-back Ks for Hamill when he needed him most. 2 down. Go down to Andre.
You know, Jason Hamill's on his 30th pitch already through this inning, and you guys are talking about the Indians finally scoring in the first inning. Terry Francona says when he made the switch to Jason Kipnis as a leadoff hitter, he felt like the offense played off of his first at bat. If you remember back in Texas, he had a couple 9-pitch innings where he started the game off. Another game tonight, 9 pitches of that first guy. Indians already have 2 runs in this first inning, all after Jason Kipnis started the game off.
Yeah, it makes sense. It really does. Sometimes there's so many left-handed hitters in this lineup. They watch how you pitch a left-hander. And if Kipnis works him 8-9 pitches and at bat to lead off the bottom of the first, it certainly does help.
Moss swing and a miss. It's 0-2.
But it looks like he's starting to settle in now.
Well, Moss with 11 homers and 35 driven in has batted .309 over his last 18 games. But lately, it just seems like he's gotten a little long again in that swing. Pops this one up, out of play.
I'll tell you, Hamill now is locking it down. I think it was the strikeout pitch, the 3-2 hook to Santana that got him rolling. He didn't mess around with Murphy. And right up top to Moss, 0-2. Boy, it took him a little bit, but the Indians had 2. Get a base hit here, make it 3. Make him pay if you can.
Down in the dirt. 1-2.
You think of the wild pitch, they could still be 2 out there with the great hustle by Lindor to get in there on the wild pitch and score the second run.
Right.
Or they'd only have 1 in there. That's what I like, speed at the top of the lineup. I like Lindor. I mean, with his game. Just from what we've seen early. I know the league will make adjustments, but it's fun to watch.
Outside 2-2. Well, he's playing with energy, playing behind Jason Kipnis and in front of Michael Brantley. So
it's a beautiful thing.
It's a very good top of the order right now for the Indians. Trying to get the middle clicking. 2-2 to Moss. 4, 5, and 6 hitters all strike out here in the first, but the top 3 provided the Indians with a 2-0 lead after 1.
Get live Indians baseball all season long with MLB.com at bat on your smartphone or your tablet. You can stay connected with live radio broadcasts, stats, breaking news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball.
Miguel Montero to lead off the second for Chicago. And he takes a fastball for a strike. Out of play. Quickly 0-2. Missed in off the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Montero is the catcher of the moment, but the catcher of the future, at least if his bat has shown us anything already, is Kyle Schwarber. He's just DHing, though, after getting called up from Double-A. Montero's under contract for a couple more seasons, but the young man that we saw last night, who's from Middletown, Ohio, has a tremendous bat, quick bat. Question is, will Kyle Schwarber be able to hone his skills defensively to get himself to the big leagues as a catcher?
Well, we'll have to wait and see.
There is Schwarber.
We know he can swing the lumber.
And we know he can tackle people. They need anybody to go out in the middle of a fight. That's the guy that they're going to follow out there.
The middle linebacker?
I'll be right behind him. I'll be right behind you, Kyle.
I'll be right behind you every step of the way.
Starlin Castro takes. It's outside. Swung on and missed 2-1 to count.
Well, the harder you swing, the better it is for Danny Salazar when you're throwing mid-90s. Especially that fastball up in the zone. It looked like Castro's trying to hit it and pull that pitch. That's a tough one to get on top of. Then he can paint the outside with a 96-mile-an-hour heater. Saw Danny in the first inning throw that good slider to Bryant. Normally he doesn't break that out till about the 3rd or 4th inning at times. It's usually fastball changeup early to the right-handers, but he did back in the first inning. He's throwing just a little bit harder than Rayburn was last night.
Just a little?
Just a hair.
Castro is signed through 2019. Cubs have a club option for 2020. He made his major league debut back in 2010, played in 125 games that year, then 158, then 162 in 2012, 161 the year after that, down to 134 a year ago. Swing and a miss. Castro strikes out. Danny Salazar with a little elevated cheddar.
Yeah, that's fine.
Back-to-back
Keep
Ks.
swinging that hard. He won't even foul it off. It's going to be our Circle K strikeout. High fastball. He's going to screw himself right into the ground. That ball's by him by the time he swung. Good high heater by Salazar. You hope he swings at that pitch all night long.
Chris Coughlin's been a nice find for the Cubs, hasn't he? Signed to a minor league contract.
Yeah, it has. He has been a nice find. It's his birthday today, 30 years old.
Last year in 125 games, hit .283 for the Cubs. And off to a pretty solid start this year.
Salazar just working that fastball, commanding it, trying to get command in and out, up and down. Doing a good job to this point. I think I've only seen a couple of off-speed pitches to this point.
Upstairs with it. 2 balls and a strike. Out of play.
This is a two-seam fastball, but watch the movement. See that ball? And that thing is at 94, Matt. I mean, he's throwing his four-seamer at 96 sometimes.
When he starts to swing, he thinks that's right down the middle, and by the time he gets the barrel out there, it's off the end.
It takes off, and it's late movement.
That one hit off of Salazar, caroms right to Kipnis. Danny appears to be A-OK as the Cubs go 1-2-3. He strikes out a pair, 2-0 Tribe, middle of the second. Every Indians home run this game raises $12,500 for prostate cancer research. You can make a pledge. Go online to homerunchallenge.org. Bottom of the second inning, bottom third of the Indians order two up here. Yan Gomes, Michael Bourne, Giovanni Urshela. Gomes to lead it off was 0 for 2 last night. Jason Hamill misses outside ball one with a fastball. Back out of play.
Send along our congratulations to Dale and Patty Short of Archbold, celebrating their 65th wedding anniversary. Congratulations.
Gomes strikes out, and that's 4 straight Ks for Hamill.
Boy, it sure is.
Let's go down to Andre Knott, who has news about Michael Bourne.
Yes, Michael Bourne has been suspended for one game after his incident with Phil Cuzzi a couple nights ago in Chicago, almost at Comiskey, in Wrigley Field. Now, his side of things was this. He said, look, I went to Phil Cuzzi, and I basically said, hey, I checked out the pitch. It was outside. He goes, I wasn't trying to embarrass him. I was trying to do it when the game was not going on television or radio. Phil Cuzzi didn't like it, and they ended up getting it together. He bumped him. He's suspended. He's obviously not taking it tonight, but that'll be something they'll be taken care of over the next couple of days.
Yeah, he'll file his appeal and then, or maybe even drop it after tonight's game so he can play. We'll have to wait and see. But Michael felt he wanted to talk to him at that point in time. And, that's not the best time to talk about it after it just happens. I think Michael's been around long enough. He probably could have waited for a better time for it to take place. But Cuzzy ended up ejecting somebody from Montero from the Cubbies as well.
Yeah, Miguel Montero. Well, look, anytime there's a disagreement, what do we always say? There's two sides to every story.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a way to handle it on each side, too.
Yep.
Maybe Michael didn't handle it all that well. I don't think Phil Cuzzy handled it all that well either.
But don't disagree with that. There's 5 straight punchies.
It was very antagonistic from what we saw in Chicago. Tell you what, Jason Hamill is on quite a roll after this game began with a walk, a single, and a double. And now 5 straight Ks. And up comes Giovanni Urshela. Urshela was 1 for 3 last night. And looks at ball 1. Oh, that's called a strike, but I don't know. That's going to be tough for anybody to hit. In the dirt. Right field, Denorfia on the move, makes the catch just in front of the warning track. And the Indians go 1-2-3. After 2, it's Cleveland 2, Chicago nothing.
Sugar. There he goes.
I thought maybe he was dipping into the
Take
nachos in the helmet.
Candy. What is that? That's the cotton candy. No. Mom and Dad have the nachos. The kids got the cotton candy.
Chris Denorfia leading it off and takes a fastball at the knees for a strike.
His hair is going to be white tonight by the time he gets done.
And a breaking ball over the outside corner. 2 quick strikes. Oh, and he strikes him out with another off-speed pitch. 3 pitches and a quick out here in the 3rd.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Danny was locked in from pitch 1. Hamill's locked in after the first 3 hitters.
Stat of the game brought to you by Buick. Last night, the Cubs win 17-0. Their biggest shutout win since '69. On the road since '06. And for the Indians, as we told you last night, '87. Here's Kyle Schwarber out of Middletown, Ohio. Fouls it out of play. Schwarber. Credited with 4 hits last night. Scored 3 runs. Takes a strike.
There's an equalizer. That looked like a slider to me.
21 out of 30 strikes for Salazar. And
good change there.
What was wrong with that one?
Yeah, he went fastball, slider, changeup right there. It was down at the knees. Must have been called low. It had the plate. That's a good pitch.
And that's going to be a base hit after the missed call. Cubs get their first hit. Our Levin Furniture player profile on Addison Russell. On May the 1st, Russell hit his first home run. It came in his 8th game, and it helped the Cubs beat the Brewers 1-0. Hit it into the left field bleachers that were still under construction at that time. The last Cubs player whose first career home run was the only run of a game came in 1934.
Oh, really?
So that was pretty historic for Addison Russell. But by all accounts, this is a really, really talented and terrific young man.
Was a shortstop and a very good one. Now playing second base.
Was a shortstop, and when he was younger, he got a little, heavy. They moved him to third, and he said that was all the motivation I needed.
Yeah.
To start, watching what I get myself in shape.
He looks like he's in great shape. Tell you what, he's got some pop in his bat. He's a youngster.
High pop. Jason Kipnis calling for it. 2 down. Top of the order. And it will bring up Dexter Fowler. Fowler fly to left, his only time up in the first. And a foul right back.
Is that right? No kidding. Well, anytime you say that, you know what I gotta guess. John Q. Reynolds.
Two balls and a strike. And a hard ground ball by a diving Kipnis. Schwarber's going to head to third. Moss's throw is cut off. Throw back to first. Gets by Santana, and the Cubs are going to score a run. It's a 2-1 ball game. Boy, that was a gift-wrapped run there.
Well, he was going to third base with 2 outs. Lindor cuts it, and he was maybe a little too aggressive trying to throw behind the runner. And it looks like the throw hit him as he was going back to first base. Watch him cut it, which is not a bad job. But the throw, did he have a chance for him? No, bad throw. Hits the runner. Santana not a chance for it, so probably should have just held on to the ball as Fowler's going back. So that'll be an error. Base hit, error on Lindor, and a run will score, make it a 2-1 ball game.
Anthony Rizzo popped up on the infield. First time up. And a strike called. Quickly, the count 0-2. Just spoiled that pitch. To left field. Brantley makes the catch. We'll go to the bottom of the third. Cubs get on the board. 2-1 Cleveland. Brought to you by Miller Lite. There's Big Wilson from Fantasy Camp. John Wilson, right?
I didn't see him. Let me take a look.
Of course, he turns his back as soon
There
as
he goes. Lefty, yeah. Yeah, he turned. He's camera shy. You all right?
I took a swig of water and went right down the
wrong pipe.
Opposite pipe. Jason Kipnis walked and scored in the first. Wow, Reds and Tigers rained out down in Cincinnati.
That. Yep. They were in a delay and they already called it.
Kipnis pops it up over toward third to the seats. and out of play. Now the 1-2, and it's in the dirt. Changeup got a piece of it, and I mean just barely. But he stays alive, 2-2. Fouls that one off. Don't worry, Andre. Everything's okay. It looks good from up here.
Look at him. Oh, he's fine. You know he's okay. I don't know about Chris. Chris, they're aiming at that green shirt, pal. There's not a whole lot of place to hide over there, is there?
No, it stinks.
It sure does.
Three balls, two strikes. As Kipnis, who had a great at-bat his first time up, is putting up another good at-bat here.
Indeed.
And he's walked for the second time tonight. Our AT&T Uverse Rewind. Let's go back to the first inning. Francisco Lindor punched a pitch just inside the bag at third. Sent Kipnis to third base on that hit. Then he got to third base. Aggressively came home on what was ruled a passed ball.
Great read on that play. Big smile.
Kipnis with 10 stolen bases on the year. He's been caught 5 times. That one almost picked off Rizzo over there. I don't know if he had trouble picking it up or if it just got on him quickly. Swung on and missed. Fastball, and it's 0-1.
Well, he tried to get him out of way last time with that fastball, and Lindor stayed on it. See if he tries to just crowd him a little bit more in this at-bat and not give him much unless it's something off speed where he has to chase it down and maybe in the dirt. And then that would be good for Kipnis on first. Yeah, he's going to make him try to pull the ball.
Lindor quickly in the hole, 0-2. Snap throw to first, but Jason's back safely. Lindor strikes out. That's a half dozen Ks for Hamill, one down here in the third.
Well, come on out to the ballpark and celebrate with members of the 95 AL Championship team tomorrow night. The Indians are going to host the Tampa Bay Rays, who are in for the weekend. Fans, you can enjoy Dollar Dogs all game long. Post-game fireworks show to follow. Go to Indians.com for your tickets.
Brantley sliced a double just inside the line to left field, driving in a run on the first. Lifts this one to shallow left. Coughlin coming in and makes the catch. 2 down. Last year, the Chicago Cubs traded Jeff Samardzija and Jason Hamill to the Oakland Athletics. They got Addison Russell and Dan Straley. And then in the offseason, Hamill signed back here with the Cubs. Samardzija was traded to the crosstown rival, the White Sox. And then they spun Straley to the Astros and got Dexter Fowler. So it's a trade that has really worked out well for the Cubs. Carlos Santana struck out in the first inning. This game took a complete change when Santana came to the plate in that first inning. Started out with a walk, a single, an RBI double, and after the pass ball, it was 2-0. Santana had a good at bat, but ended up striking out. And then Murphy struck out, and then Moss struck out, and then Gomes struck out, and then Bourne struck out, and the tone of the game changed immediately.
Well, and that's when Hamill locked in, I think, is on that 3-2 pitch to Santana. When he threw him the curveball to strike him out, it was the first out of the inning. It pumped him up, and then he proceeded to strike out 4 after Santana. And he has been in total control other than the walk to Kipnis. And then the Cubbies came out and scored in the top half of the inning. A little error on Lindor that helped him score.
How many more times can you shake off? He's got one he likes.
Well, probably location.
Chopper to short. Inning over. No runs, no hits, a man left. After 3, 2-1 Cleveland. Two-one Cleveland, 4th inning. Chris Bryant to lead off for Chicago. Grounded out his only time up back in the first. And a breaking ball over for a strike.
It's the second good slider he's thrown to Bryant. This one is the very first pitch, and it's a get me over one.
Down low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Able to lay off a pretty good looking slider that time. Fastball froze him.
Yeah, that caught him. He couldn't pull the trigger there.
4th strikeout for Danny Salazar, 1 down here in the 4th inning.
He watched the fastball away, and he obviously was looking for something else because he couldn't pull the trigger, and he realized it. Good pitch by Salazar. Strikeout number 4 and out number 1 of the 4th inning.
Off the end of the bat toward left field, right into the glove of Michael Brantley, 2 down. Second annual Velasano bike ride for cancer research coming up July 17th through the 19th. 6 different routes that start and finish in downtown Cleveland, 1 and 2 day rides. Every dollar raised benefits cancer research at Cleveland Clinic. Get involved, velasano.org. 2 down for Starlin Castro, who struck out. His only time up back in the second. Takes a pitch outside for ball 1.
He threw all fastballs by him in his first at bat for the strikeout. Oh, he's missed down a couple of times.
Good fastball down at the knees, and it's 2-1. Well, when he drives through that pitch and has it going downhill, it's
when you throw that fastball at the knees, that's one pitch that's going to be hard to hit.
A little bit outside that time. The 3-1. And the payoff pitch is shot out of play to the right. Hits are even at 2 apiece. And the 3-2 pitch is chopped to third. Urshela can take his time. The low throw dug out by Santana. Inning is over as the Cubs go 1-2-3. Injury report brought to you by the injury lawyers at Elk & Elk. Let's go down to Andre, who has the latest on Nick Swisher.
You know, Nick Swisher came back this weekend from Detroit and took some time off. Yesterday, though, he was with the ball club. He's got that left knee injected again. He was working out here at the facility. Matter of fact, about the 5th or 6th inning, he got in the dugout with the rest of his teammates. It's going to take a little while, but they want to get him back to as close to normal as they can, and that may take a little while as he's dealing with both of those knee injuries.
Thanks, Andre. Here is David Murphy. And he takes a strike. Sliced butt down the left field line and out of play. Deep in the corner. Now the 1-2 to Murphy. He hammers this one up the alley in right center field. That'll go to the wall. And Murphy can high step it into second base with a leadoff double.
Third time the Indians have had their leadoff man aboard in the first 4 innings, and Murphy got a pitch he could handle and turn on. Fouled that last one off with that fastball away. He was able to get the barrel head of that bat out. Didn't have as much movement as Hamill wanted and hits it in the right center field. So Murphy will get his 9th double. Be nice to get him over, get him in.
Well, Brandon Moss struck out his first time up. And takes up and away ball 1. Swings to the breaking ball, and it's 1-1. Did he go after that one? The ball gets away, and down to third goes Murphy. He did go around, so the count will be 1-2.
It almost sounded like he fouled it off, but that ball must have bounced in the dirt, and Montero couldn't handle it. That's got to be a wild pitch, I would think. I thought it was a foul ball. Nope, it skipped, and it stayed down and caught his glove. So they do the job for the Indians, getting him over to third base.
Infield comes in on the right side. Third baseman Bryant stays right at the bag with Murphy. Up and away. Moss trying to get him home from third. Brantley had an RBI double in the first, giving him 35 runs batted in on the year. He and Moss tied for the team lead in that category. To first, backhanded nicely. And Rizzo, all he had to do was look to third. Murphy, he couldn't get really a secondary lead because Bryant was literally holding him almost like a first baseman.
Yeah, with nobody on, you got to make it go through anyway. And that would have been an easy double play had Murphy taken off. It's just a nice backhanded one hop. You can see Rizzo on the bag, and he was loaded and ready to fire. See, Murphy sort of saw. He makes the catch, steps on the bag. Let's go back. Now 1 out, and the infield remains in.
Yan Gomes the batter. Struck out his only time up.
Boy, Rizzo is way off the bag at first, given the first base line. Not that you can hit it that way, but well, you talk about taking the hole. As Russell moves up the middle, you can see he's almost playing the second base position in on the grass. Yeah, if there's a ground ball hit, he's got to bust it to get to first.
In tight, 3-0.
There you go. Patience, patience, patience. Look for a ball you can handle, even in this 3-0 count. Why wouldn't you? You give him the green light if he gets his pitch. Gomes a good low ball hitter. 0 in, down in the zone. Looking to hit a ball in the air. 3-0 slider. There you have it.
And that one's hammered to left field. Coughlin back will make the catch. Tagging at third is David Murphy. He will score. Gomes picks up the RBI, and it's a 3-1 Indians lead.
That was a nice patient at bat for Yan Gomes because he took the 3-0 pitch, which was a slider, so he got a good look at the pitch he just hit to drive in the run with the sacrifice fly. He stayed back again. It was a nice slider, down where you like it. So a good at-bat by Gomes. Very patient, gets the run in. So now the pass ball, the wild pitch certainly have paid dividends for the Indians here in this ball game, giving them 2 out of their 3 runs. Or at least setting it up.
Now Michael Bourne, with the bases empty, is in the hole 0-2. To center field, Dexter Fowler will make the catch. Leadoff double by Murphy leads to a run. Tribe on top, 3-1. Your Northern Ohio Honda dealers. By the Cleveland Clinic. Call for an appointment today. And by the game-changing all-new Ford F-150. The future is tough. (3-1), the Indians lead the Cubs. We're going to the 5th inning. For Chicago, Coughlin, Denorfia, and Schwarber due up. Danny Salazar in 4 innings has thrown 57 pitches. 38 of those have been strikes. 8 out of the 14 batters he has faced, he has thrown a first pitch strike to. And of his 57 total pitches, 40 fastballs. but he has mixed in his off-speed pitches very effectively. Ground ball, backhanded. Oh, Kipnis went to the backhander, and it skipped by him. And Coughlin is aboard with a leadoff single.
Looks like that ball went under his glove as he reached for it. You know, sometimes as an infielder, you'll run for the ball and you put your glove down and see if it goes between his glove and his leg. I thought he had a beat on it. It's hard to tell from that angle. He looks up into the sky like he thought he should have had it. Yeah, it goes right off the thumb of the glove. Deflects into the outfield.
Chris Denorfia struck out his only time up in the third. Jammed him, popped to shallow left. Lindor flying out, makes the catch. Turns, but no play at first. Oh, that's a heck of a jump by Lindor, who went speeding out into shallow left and made the catch.
He got a terrific jump on that baseball to run out and speed, ended up catching up with it. Tell you what, he took a hit away. That was a jam shot. Great read, great jump. Nice running catch. It was going to fall all the way if he doesn't get there. So that's out number one. Good play.
Kyle Schwarber with a base hit his first time up. Takes a strike. Based on what we've seen from Schwarber and a grand total of 7 at-bats, if the Cubs played in the American League, he would not be going back to the minors.
Oh, I'm going to tell you something. This guy can swing the bat. He gets the barrel of the bat to the baseball. We've only seen him for 3 games.
Foul back. He'd be their full-time DH.
Yeah, no, yeah. At, what is he, 22?
Is he 22 or 21
Yeah, I think
still?
he's 22. I think Russell is 21. He's 22. Bryant's 23. Rizzo's 25. He laid off a low pitch that wasn't called a strike and ended up getting a base hit in his first at-bat.
The 1-2 pitch. Boy, for a rookie, he's getting a lot of borderline pitches go his way. Second time tonight that Schwarber has had a borderline pitch go his way.
Well, he did check his swing right there. He didn't go after it. You're talking about the pitch in general. I understand. That's what I'm saying. He did the first time up, too. Had a very close pitch. Was called the ball, and he got a base hit on the next pitch.
Salazar taking a little too much time, and Schwarber steps out. Runner goes. And a hard hit ball to deep left field. Brantley looking up. She is gone. Kyle Schwarber with an opposite field 2-run homer puts the Cubs up 3-2.
I mean to tell you, that's going the other way with authority. So Schwarber gets his first home run, gets another hit. He had 4 last night, 2 tonight. So I would say he's locked in. He gets a fastball away. Stayed back on it. The runner was off and running. And hits his first major league home run, and we have a tie ball game. Wow. That bench exploded. Yeah. They may rethink their thought process about sending it back. You may have to find a position for this kid.
In there for a strike.
Salazar giving up his 11th home run this year.
The 2-2 downstairs. Whoa, he yanked that one. So Addison Russell aboard. Let's go down to Andre with more on Schwarber.
You know, the interesting thing about Schwarber, and talking to Joe Madden yesterday, he just was so strong in saying, when we're done with Minnesota, he's going back to AAA to find a position. And he also said, look, I'm not going to catch him. Because remember, Montero was out yesterday with the back injury. And he goes, look, because of our pitchers and because of him and because of where he's at as a young guy, we're not going to put him as a catcher. He's here to DH and only DH. Now, he did say when he went to AAA, they may look at a couple other positions for him. He's hitting around 800, I think, over the last couple of days. I think if Joe Madden was here tomorrow, I would go talk to him. But it's going to be interesting to see what they do with him because the bat is special so far.
Well, it certainly is. He finds a way, to get the barrel of the bat to the ball. We've seen pitches in that we watched him pull yesterday down the line and in the hole. And today was a fastball away that he shoots out of the ballpark to left field. Not a lot of left-handed hitters can do that.
Foul right back.
Well, you keep swinging the bat like that, you'll have a position in a hurry.
Center field, another base hit. Cubs are swinging it well here in the 5th.
Well, for Salazar, his ERA is about a 7.5 in the 5th inning. And it looks like we're getting, I think that homer punched a hole in the cloud. Starting to sprinkle a little bit now. There's a changeup away. Fowler catches up to it and lines it up the middle. That'll be hit number 5 for the Cubs. Out comes Mickey Callaway to have a little chat with Danny Salazar.
Time for a Mazda game break. Here's Al Pulaski.
Hey, Matt, Rick, let's head to New York, where tonight the Yankees are taking on the Marlins. Bottom of the 1st inning, A-Rod an RBI single. He got another hit tonight as well, so he's 1 away from 3,000. Meanwhile, the Marlins lead the Yanks now 3-1, 6th inning. Matt?
Anthony Rizzo is 0 for 2 on the night. He'll be the batter as Mickey Callaway continues his conversation with Salazar, with Tony Randazzo out on the mound to break it up. Cubs have 2 on with only 1 out. Kyle Crockett getting loose for the Indians. Salazar's just over 75 pitches on the night, and he was cruising along before the home run by Schwarber. And then a walk and a single, and now he's in some trouble, down a run. Or I should say game's tied 3-3. And that's a strike to the outside edge.
Yeah, 3 hits in the inning with the walk. He did get, after the Coghlan single. Denorfia, a nice play by Lindor to make a catch on a blue pit, almost.
Out of play. Nice block by Gomes.
Yes, it was. Yeah, that keeps the double play in order. It's a changeup that almost got away from him, didn't it? I don't know if he blocked it with his glove or what. Did it hit the umpire there and stay in place?
Just reached out, got a piece of that, stay alive. 1 ball, 2 strikes for Anthony Rizzo here in the 5th inning.
Rizzo, a hitter that he has that back foot way up on the plate. He's open. He chokes up on the bat. It doesn't look like he uses a very long bat, but that front foot will close as the pitcher comes in, and if he doesn't get it in his zone, he just slaps it and tries to foul it off like he did there.
2-2. Tantalizingly close, but does not get the call at a full count. Another close one that won't go Salazar's way tonight.
Check it on our Nissan pitch tracker.
It's outside.
It's outside.
Gomes did a nice job to try to frame it.
You see, he's so far on the plate. It's not that he's off the plate. He's on it, so if he can't reach it, it probably is outside. You think you could go ahead and buzz him in when he's that close to the plate, because he does close the front foot if you look at it. As Salazar throws, got to bring the hands in.
High pop, right field. In comes Moss. Out goes Kipnis.
That's what I was looking for. Good fastball in on his hands where he can't let him extend.
And with 2 down, it will bring up Chris Bryant.
Watch the location. See those hands come in, but they can't come in quick enough to get to that 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Rizzo popped it up. He was upset with himself. But, man, there's not much time, especially when he had a chance to see a couple of pitches away, change-ups.
Hit that one off the end of the bat. It gets by Salazar. Nobody at first. Everybody's safe. I don't know what happened to Danny there. Once he didn't get the ball, he didn't veer towards first. He just kind of kept running into no man's land.
Yeah, maybe he didn't think he was going to have to cover first, but it was right off the end of the bat. But you're right. That's the path you have to take. When he doesn't get it, go right to first base. He went after. That's why he didn't go. Then he realized too late that he had to cover first base. He thought he was going to get the ball.
Jerry Davis has just called for the tarp. No. So we got a rain delay here in the 5th with the bases loaded and 2 outs and a 3-3 ball game.
That didn't take long, did it?
Pretty heavy downpour at the moment. And so Jerry Davis calling for the tarp. With 2 down and the bases full of Cubs. So the field is just now being covered. Grounds crew quickly getting it out and trying to get it on as the rain is coming with pretty good intensity at the moment. 3-3 our score with 2 outs here in the 5th. We'll be right back. makes a few warm-up tosses, and we'll be ready to go here at Progressive Field. The Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen for the Indians closer, who in 27 2/3 innings of work this year has yielded 25 hits. He's walked 15. He has struck out 41. And he will be facing, as I have said before, Miguel Montero.
Let's go back. This is like a spring training game where you see the closers in about the 4th or 5th inning at times when they first come out of the bullpen so they can face some of the best hitters. Let's just flash back and say this is spring training. This is one big out in this ball game right now.
Except this one counts.
This one counts for real. Yeah, it sure does.
And it's been a weird inning. Kyle Schwarber, who hit the 2-run home run, they take nothing away from him. But just as he did last night, he benefited from or actually earlier in the game, he benefited from what looked like a 3rd strike. Didn't get the call. Danny Salazar did not. Schwarber got the base hit back in the 3rd. In the 5th, kept the at-bat alive and hit a home run. Then Salazar walked Addison Russell. Dexter Fowler singled to center. Rizzo flied to right, and then Bryant hit a little roller up the first baseline, sort of between the mound and first base. Salazar went over to try to get it. He couldn't get to it, and once he realized that Santana was getting it, there was nobody at the base, and he forgot to go to the base.
Yeah, too late.
And so Bryant reached to keep the inning alive, and the bases are loaded. And so now here we go.
Yeah, it was a really strange play. Danny thought he was going to have a shot at it. Once he missed, watch him. He waits and then realizes, oh, I got to go to first base. Just a hesitation. Not saying he would have beat him there, but he certainly would have had a better chance.
Looks like an hour and 30 minutes on the delay. As Cody Allen comes set. And the pitch to Montero is up high, almost to the backstop. Fouled away. Oh, he told me, he gave me the time that the inning started. That's what, okay, it's an hour and 16 minutes on the delay. Who cares what time the inning started?
Well, Tommy's had some time on his hand, and he was running out of ink in that pen, so he wanted to finish it off.
1 ball, 1 strike on Montero. Cody Allen checks the runners. He delivers. And close, but it's ball 2.
Missed with the hook.
Montero, 3 out of 6. He's driven in 5 this year with the bases loaded. High pop left field. Brantley over. He'll make the catch. Cody Allen gets a big out. Game stays 3-3, middle of the 5th.
anniversary of the '95 World Series team. And 12,000 fans will get a 1995 GV Art and Design T-shirt, which is courtesy of Pepsi. Also be a post-game fireworks show. That is presented by CarMax. Get your tickets at Indians.com.
Travis Wood, left-hander, will come on now for Chicago. It will be Giovanni Urshela. Then Jason Kipnis and Francisco Lindor here in the bottom of the fifth for Cleveland. Hamill went 4 innings tonight, and he allowed 3 runs.
Yeah,
hits.
They got 2 early on him, on the first 3 hitters. And then he tightened it down. And, you know, if it wasn't for a pass ball wild pitch, they've been effective for the Indians. It's helped them score 2 of their 3 runs.
Urshela flied to right his only time up. Bounced it in there for ball 1. Two balls, no strikes. And Urshela lifts one to shallow right. Going out is Russell, but in is Denorfia to make the catch. Jason Hamill got off to a rough start with a walk and back-to-back hits in the first inning. Then he struck out 5 in a row. You talk about flipping the switch.
Yeah, he locked in on that 3-2 breaking ball, and he really found something. You know, he's a big guy, 6'5". I don't know if anything was wrong mechanically, but boy, once he locked in, he was very good. Then it was the Murphy double that led off the 4th inning. He was able to go to third on a wild pitch, and then the Gomes sacrifice fly got him their 3rd run.
There's a line drive single into center field for Jason Kipnis, and the hit parade continues. A 13-game streak, and now 22 straight at home for Kipnis.
Put a nice swing on a 87-mile-an-hour fastball down and in. Takes it right back up the middle. He's been on all 3 times tonight because Hamill walked him the first 2 times, and now he gets a single. So on base percentage going up for Kipnis.
Little topper that's going to stay foul off the bat of Lindor.
There you see it. 13 game for the year, 22 game home hitting streak.
Right back up the middle. Oh, what a pick by Castro. And a double play ends the inning. It's sort of a do or die. You hope it goes in the glove kind of play there. Castro played it well, and the inning is over. Well, we're right back here at Progressive Field tomorrow night. It's game one between the Indians and the Tampa Bay Rays. Carlos Carrasco will go up against Nathan Carnes in the pitching matchup. Alan Jensen gets you started at 6:30 with Indians Live, and every pitch right here at 7 on Sports Time Ohio. Starlin Castro looks at a ball outside. So Cody Allen got the last out of the 5th, and he'll stay on to pitch here in the 6th inning. An unusual situation during an unusual game. A 25-minute rain delay to start and 1 hour, 16-minute delay in the middle. On the heels of a 17-0 loss in which the bullpen was emptied last night.
Well, the only one that didn't pitch last night was McAllister.
Well, and Cody Allen pitched in the 8th inning last night. And a base hit in the right field off the bat of Starlin Castro. He just shot it the other way.
Well, kept his hands back nicely. There's that breaking ball down the way. Good pitch. He just did a nice job of staying on it, staying with it, and poking it in the hole where he can round first base. A pretty good job of hitting there by Castro.
Chris Coughlin, 1 for 2, singled and scored in the 5th. He had 2 hits and walked 3 times last night. And a strike called, 1-1. Down in the dirt. Good block by Gomes. It's 2-1. Coughlin can't catch up to the heat. It's 2-2.
Yeah, big high fastball, big swing. You elevate that fastball, get it above the belt. Left-handers have that slight uppercut. A lot of them do anyway. They don't like the high fastball. It's a tough one to catch up to no matter who you are.
Leadoff man Starlin Castro at first. Held by Santana. 2-2 pitch. Tried to get him to chase, but that time he laid off. Full count. Coughlin has swung the bat well. You're sort of at the bottom of the order, heading to the bottom of the 3rd. Do you start your runner here if you're Joe Madden?
Well, it depends if he feels that Coughlin's going to put it in play. You know, Castro, he's 4 out of 7 in stolen base. You have to believe your hitter's going to put the ball in play.
Runner holds. Strike 3 called. Cody Allen with another fastball. Coughlin couldn't pull the trigger. He was tracking it, thinking it would be called a ball. It was not. And there's one out here in the 6th.
Well, let's take a look at it. Nissan pitch tracker right down
right
and
down
in.
the middle.
Yeah, well, you know what? I don't know if he was looking for it right where he got it. It locked him up. He couldn't pull the trigger, but it was a good pitch.
I'm not sure Cody Allen wanted it there either, but it worked out well.
You know, I know you're getting down to the bottom part of that lineup, but you want to get that guy who's in the on-deck circle up to the plate the way he's been swinging the bat in this series.
If you're Chicago.
That's why he probably didn't start him. He said, I'm not going to take a chance of getting a double play. I want to get my big boy up. My second cleanup hitter.
Well, Denorfia tonight has struck out and popped up. There's Kyle Schwarber, who's having a whale of a series. This is Major League debut week. Started in Chicago the other night against the Tribe. And it started when he came off the bench.
Yeah.
After Miguel Montero got ejected from the ballgame.
Mm-hmm. He got a chance to hit in that ballgame, saw 3 pitches, walked back to the dugout, and he said to the reporters, well, it can't go anywhere but up from here. And boy, has it ever.
Yeah, you're not kidding. How about straight up?
Yeah, that's right.
Swung on and missed.
Yeah, keep that fastball high to Denorfia. He hit a ball, hit a 3-run homer, line drive to left center field yesterday, and it was down. He picked it up, so that's a good location for the fastball against Denorfia.
He went around, says home plate umpire Tony Randazzo, and the count is 1-2. So from high heat to...
Yeah. Bouncing a breaking ball out in front of the plate.
The 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Another fastball, another Cubs hitter watches it go by.
Well, you couldn't have, ran up and put it in a better spot. Just look on the outside edge, and Gomes doesn't move his glove. Just sits on the outside corner. That is just about a perfect pitch. So it's back-to-back called strikeouts for Cody Allen after the leadoff man got aboard. But this is the guy you got to worry about right here, the way he's been swinging it. He's 2 for 2. 2-run homer in his last at-bat. And that's the other way, off a Salazar fastball. Tied the game. And that's career home run number 1.
The new monster of the Midway, Kyle Schwarber. Inside ball 1.
You know, and he looks like, and it's early. We've only seen him a couple of games. He's got a pretty good eye at the plate, because even tonight he's taken a couple of close pitches. Were called balls, but you know, you don't see him out in front. He looks like he's picking the ball or tracking the ball very well.
He's definitely swinging it with some confidence. Good fastball low at the knees, inside corner, 2-1.
Well, there's a 2-0 pitch that's well located at the knees, down and in.
Bangs it foul. And the count is 2-2. Starlin Castro, who led off the inning with an opposite field single, still at first after back-to-back strikeouts by Coughlin and Denorfia. Let's see if Cody Allen can finish off the hat trick here. Off-speed pitch, rung him up. Cody Allen with 3 consecutive called third strikes to end the inning. Score bottom of the 6th inning for Cleveland. Heart of the order, Brantley, Santana, Murphy. Travis Wood gave up a base hit in the 5th inning, but got a double play to get out of it. Brantley doubled in a run in the 1st, flied to left in the 3rd. He's hit now in 14 of his last 15 games. Indians have 3 on the board. The magic number for Cleveland seems to be 5. When they score 5 or more, they've won 7 straight and 17 out of the last 18. Brantley pops one to center. 1 away.
That could be a magic number for just about any team if you can get 5.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you shoot for. Obviously, you're not going to get there a lot of times, but if you can.
Well, 4 is sort of the
it's a tweener.
It's the over/under.
You got to have a good pitch ball game if you're going to win with 4, and 3 or less. You got to have a well pitched ball game. I mean, very, very good, because what the Indians? How many wins do they have?
They're 6-25 when they score 3 or less. 4 or more, they're 24-9.
Not bad.
So look how that's where we talk about that 4 and 5. The number, from 3 to 4, that number changes drastically.
Yeah, and you go 4 to 5, and it's going to change a lot more in your favor.
Fouled back.
Well, and the thing about it here is, offensively, our pitching in this ballpark is about a run higher than what it is on the road, and that's why I think one of the big reasons is, the record at home as compared to on the road.
Mm-hmm.
They're over 500, 3 games over on the road. Just 12 wins here. and getting the key hit here.
That's what you touched on a while ago. You can't just look at the numbers. You have to look a little closer to find the real culprit, and it's just been that lack of that clutch hit, the key hit to knock open an inning. Santana down on strikes, 2 away. I mean, a key example of that is back in the first inning, and I know it's the first inning, but you get the first 3 on, you get 2 runs in, you got a chance to at least get a third run. You got the runners at third base, nobody out.
Right.
Infield's in, 3 straight strikeouts. Can't take advantage to get that extra run. Right now, that could be the difference in the game. Instead, we're still deadlocked at 3 as we head to the 7th. Kia. Visit mykiacleveland.com to learn more. By Levin Mattress, located in all Levin furniture and freestanding locations. And by AT&T Uverse, has more channels on the go than cable.
Well, the Indians are going to open up a 3-game series. That'll all take place Monday. It'll be against the Detroit Tigers. And the first 10,000 fans are going to receive a replica 1995 Mike Hargrove jersey, number 21. That'll be courtesy of KeyBank. So visit Indians.com for your tickets. So Grover, we got to have him send a couple up this way, up into the booth.
Yeah. Well, Zach
Old
McAllister.
Number 21.
Yeah, before it was retired, that was his number when he played.
Right.
Then when he first
30.
started managing. But when they retired Bob Lemon's number 21,
yes,
Grover moved to number 30.
That's right.
Now Zach McAllister into the ball game after Cody Allen went an inning in the third of scoreless relief. McAllister has Addison Russell to lead off.
What a job Allen did, huh? Coming in with the bases loaded to get his first out and then punched out the side looking.
23 pitches thrown, 14 strikes.
Yeah, he was dynamite.
Addison Russell looked a little tardy on that first fastball from McAllister. That one's low. Good fastball. That might have been a little cutter.
Yeah, I think it was.
1 and 2 had some action moving away.
You watch, he was trying to get geared up for that 93-94, and all of a sudden he had some late movement to it.
That's just pure heat, and I guess it was high. I don't know. Looked pretty good.
Sounded high. It was 97.
Sounded high.
It was.
You ever say that to an umpire?
That
sounded high.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you absolutely. You lighten it up there, you know, when you don't get it and you may think it's a ball or something. Well, that sounded a bit high. They could say that a lot nowadays with as hard as some of these guys throw.
Oh, yeah. Locked him up.
Wow, 4 straight called.
Russell out looking. 1 away.
Well, they come down and they just pound that strike zone at the knees, down and away. Good heat. So it's been 4 straight called strikeouts by Indians pitching.
Top of the order, Dexter Fowler, 2 for 3, couple of singles on the night. How long did it take you to learn which umpires you could, maybe have a joke with or, be yourself with, and which ones you just didn't say a word to?
Well, you know what? You pretty much, when you first came up, you kept quiet and just sort of observed and watched how the veterans went about it. And you learned because and it was a little different because there was American League and there was National League
saw
umpires.
more often.
You got to know them probably or see them a lot more throughout the course of the year than what you do nowadays.
Yeah, that's true.
So you would know them earlier. There were a few cards. Ron Luciano, how about him? Nestor Shylock was great.
0-2's popped up foul, and that will be out of play.
I mean, they're no different than players. Everybody has different personalities. They're from all over the country.
Yeah. Some guys are wound a little too tight. Some guys are loose.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. Some guys you could say something to. Some guys you just didn't want to. Some were good. Some were bad.
2-strike pitch. Another called third. That's 5 in a row.
This is something else.
Fowler barking at Tony Randazzo as he heads back to the dugout. But watch this bender off McAllister.
Backdoor breaking ball. Oh, he might have had a beef there. You see Gomes bring it back in. Let's see from this angle. It'll be a little better. Yeah, you can't hit that. He's got a legitimate beef, I would think.
Looked a little generous. Anthony Rizzo, 0 for 3 on the night. High fastball couldn't get him to offer. And a foul right back. 1-1. Action in the Chicago bullpen with 2 down here in the top half of the 7th inning. And a foul right back. And McAllister 1 strike away from punching out the side here in the 7th.
Well, a couple of elevated fastballs just above the zone of Rizzo right here. He had good swings at him, but with the velocity, fouled him straight back.
Swung on and missed. He struck him out. Zach McAllister strikes out the side. 6 straight whiffed by the Indians pitching staff. And we've reached the 7th inning stretch. Brought to you by Spitzer Auto World. Scores. We go now to the bottom of the 7th inning, and Brandon Moss, Yan Gomes, Michael Bourne due up for the Indians. Pitch outside, ball 1. Moss struck out in the 1st. He grounded out in the 4th inning. Two balls and a strike. Tied him up inside.
Did a nice job of tying him up right there.
Low and away. Full count. Wood delivers, and Moss with a foul right back. 2 years ago, Travis Wood was the Cubs All-Star. He joined Ted Lilly and Dick Ellsworth as the only Cubs left-handed starters to make the All-Star team in the last 50 seasons. But still, by the time the season ended, he was just 9-12 with a respectable 3.11 earned run average.
Yeah.
Last year, 8-13. So all 3 years he's been with the Cubs, 6-13, 9-12, 8-13.
Yeah, maybe a little short. They could use another starter. There's a good pitch.
Wood strikes out Brandon Moss, 1 away.
He just came right back, and there's that pitch right there. Moss couldn't pull the trigger on. Locks him up, out number 1.
Yan Gomes drove in the last run for Cleveland in the 4th with a sacrifice fly to left field. Takes low, ball 1. That's a hammer to left. Coughlin runs over and cuts it off. Go-ahead run aboard with 1 out in the 7th.
Right into the wheelhouse of Yan Gomes, who likes to hit off left-handers to begin with. But you're going to see this pitch down. That's right where he loves it. Hit a line drive. They cut it off and held him to a single. That's only the 5th hit now for the Indians. It comes with a 1-out single here in the 7th.
Michael Bourne, who struck out on the 2nd and flied out on the 4th, will be the batter. Right back up the middle and almost skimmed Wood.
Well, that's a chuck and duck right there. He threw that pitch, and Bourne goes right back up the middle. There you go. He's got a duck. It gets into center field, so a nice short swing, and it looks like it's going to be the night for Wood after back-to-back singles by Gomes and now Bourne, 1st and 2nd. So Madden going to go to his bullpen.
He has summoned a right-hander to come on to face Giovanni Urshela with 2 on, 1 out in a tie game. 2 on, 1 out in the 7th. Time now for our great clip of the game from last night. Giovanni Urshela, despite the ugly score, had a terrific game, both defensively and with the bat. He did a little bit of everything for the Tribe.
Yeah, that was my favorite play that he made last night. Really charging in quickly, able to grab the ball barehanded. And it was tough, and he caught it with 2 fingers, but he got it into his glove and made a nice throw.
New pitcher is Justin Grimm.
He was activated from the disabled list on May 6th, so he's made 18 appearances since that point. And the Cubs bullpen has really, in the last 3 weeks, done a nice job for Madden. They haven't given up much. They posted a 1.66 ERA and a 1.90 batting average in that time.
Urshela sends one high in the air, slicing into foul territory and into the seats. So 1 away, and Urshela with an 0-1 count. Urshela looks, it's low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Justin Grimm could be on to face 1 batter here with the left-hander getting loose. And Kipnis on deck. Urshela with a line drive, base hit into left center field. Gomes got a terrible break. They're going to wave him home. Throws way off line. Throw to the plate. Safe. Oh, baby. The Indians take the lead on an RBI single by Giovanni Urshela.
There's the big hit you're looking for. But I'll tell you what, Gomes went back to the bag for him to score. It was a terrible relay here by Coughlin that allowed Gomes to come in and score. They were going to push the envelope here and send them all away, but a good cutoff and relay would have got him. It does not. So the Indians will take a 4-3 lead. He gets the foot down on the play. Here comes the tag. So a big hit for Urshela. 3 straight singles for the Indians.
And instead of going to the left-hander, Joe Maddon stays with a righty to face Kipnis. And that's outside. Jason Kipnis has batted .390 this year against right-handers. He's walked twice and singled tonight. Big chopper towards first. They go to second for 1, and that's all they'll get. Born to third on the play as Urshela is erased on the force out. And there are 2 down for Francisco Lindor. And now here comes Joe Maddon. Maybe Russell wasn't ready to face Kipnis. It just seemed very odd that he would have left the right-hander in to face Kipnis, but yet he'll bring the lefty in to switch Lindor around.
Yeah, well, it worked out for him.
Yeah,
you're right.
Timeout for a pitching change. Indians in front, 4-3. As promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Cody Allen in a key spot, came in, bases loaded, 2 outs. Got a pop-up to end the inning, keep it a tie game. Then,
it was lights out after that.
Punch-Out City.
I mean, you talk about some great spots, great locations, and it was lights out. All 3 called.
James Russell got the call up from AAA May 5th.
Well, that's the one thing, too, we talk about. They took the lead in this inning with a big hit from Urshela. But remember, Allen's already pitched, so there's an insurance run standing at third base you'd certainly love to get in.
Russell back with the Cubs, where he spent almost all of his first 5 big league seasons before he was traded to Atlanta a year ago at the deadline. Lindor singled and scored in the first. He has struck out and bounced into a tough double play his last time up. And a foul back.
Now slow breaking ball, strike 1, run 1 in on the hand, strike 2. This is
2-strike pitch upstairs. Michael Bourne is the runner at third. Jason Kipnis is at first. So good wheels on the bases. If Lindor could find a gap here, Kipnis certainly has the ability to score all the way from first with 2 down. Chops one towards third. Bryant throws him out. Indians take the lead. Giovanni Urshela in the clutch. 3 straight hits in the 7th. Indians lead at 4-3. Of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. Stay tuned for Indians Live, presented by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care, coming up next here on Sports Time Ohio. We're going to the 8th inning, and an interesting development. Yan Gomes scored the go-ahead run for Cleveland, but he's now out of the ball game. There was nothing obvious that we could detect watching him, A, run the bases, B, slide in, and C, head to the dugout. But it has to has to make you believe that some sort of ailment has.
Looked like a little pop-up slide at home plate to me when I just watched that little highlight there. Don't know. Who knows? But, I mean, let's check out the slide at home plate. He broke back to the bag. He was still running hard. And there was a quick slide where he got that foot to the plate. So I don't know if it was that left knee that he was sliding on. Came up quickly on it, but he was smiling after that.
Yeah. Like I said, there was nothing obvious, but you have to believe normally this isn't a spot where Terry would substitute.
No, not at all.
Swung out and missed. Now he did substitute Perez for Gomes, or Perez for Gomes last night, but that was in a blowout situation, so that was understandable. Up too high on the 2-strike pitch. Chris Bryant, Miguel Montero, Starlin Castro for the Cubs here in the 8th inning. Struck him out looking. Boy, the K train continues.
No doubt.
That's 7 in a row.
That's unbelievable. And 6 of them have been called. I mean, only one has been swinging. You go down and away in that call, and boy, they are dotting the outside corner. Impressive.
And Miguel Montero is the batter 0 for 3 on the night. Oh, 97 miles an hour. Zach McAllister is just throwing pure high-test octane at these Cubs hitters. And a foul right back. It's 0-2. Two-strike pitch. Just a bit outside with the off-speed. Try to change a pace there. McAllister's thrown 21 pitches and 16 of them have been strikes. Now the 2-2. He wanted that in, and he was up and away again. So that's a couple of times in this at bat. He's not getting down through it.
Yeah, it's a little spin off. Don't know if he's maybe overthrowing or what, but he was in a groove throwing at 97.
And now the 3-2. Up and away. He walked him. It was the same location that he kept missing. Up and away.
Going to get a pinch runner now for Montero.
That's the tying run down at first base. And the new runner is Jonathan Herrera, I believe.
Ends a string of 7 straight strikeouts for Indians pitching. 6 of them called, but the tying run is now aboard with 1 out for Castro.
Castro 1 out of 3 with a single that came off Cody Allen in the 6th. Indians clinging to a 1-run lead in the 8th. Hits are even at 7 apiece. Castro 5 homers, 5 doubles, a triple on the year.
Don't worry about this guy here. Just concentrate on your batter. Between Zach and Cody Allen, out of 10 hitters they've faced, 7 they've had down in the count 0-2 or 1-2. And that's why they're getting all the punch outs. And I mean, they're painting.
Foul, out of play to the right.
One of the toughest things to do when you've been sitting around all night, it's 11:20 now, the game started at, 7:30. Sit around is that when you're pinch running late to try and come in and steal a base. You know, when your legs are just, you haven't been in the action. So if you just give him a couple different looks or deliveries, he's fine. It's tough to run in that situation. And Perez has been throwing the ball very fine anyway from behind the dish.
2 quick strikes on Castro. It might be a moot point if he can just keep filling up the zone.
That's it. Just worry about the hitter.
Pop back out of play. Again, that was 97 miles an hour from McAllister. Shaw and Zipchinski both up in the Cleveland bullpen. And he hit him on an 0-2 pitch.
Wow.
Not sure if he got him on the wrist or if it was just on the forearm.
Boy, the last thing that looks like the forearm. Looks like the forearm. The last thing McAllister wanted to do there is hit him. 0-2. Had him down in the count. Ouch. You're right. It looked like it got him up here, but it looked like the forearm what he was holding. Oh, yeah. He went to block it. It caught him right flush. Not a lot of meat there.
And McAllister
he really
run that fastball up there near 96, 97 miles an hour.
He couldn't get out of the way of that one, though. It's a painful way to get on first base. He says he's fine. He'll go down to first base. Now, after the...
Yeah, here comes Terry Francona. I think McAllister's just out of gas. That's 28 pitches in the outing for McAllister, and he's been
he had
very good. But
4 straight strikeouts, and then the walk to Montero after he had him down in the count. And then he had Castro down in the count 0-2 and hit him. So after the walk and the hit batter, Zach's night is over, and he's going to go for Zipchinski.
2 on, 1 out in the 8th. Tribe leading it by a run.
Progressive Field, the KeyBank Kids Fun Day. That all takes place on Sunday, and kids get to run the bases. After the game, receive a kid's cap, which is courtesy of Cleveland Clinic. So go to Indians.com, check out the complete details. But Sunday, it'll all take place on Father's Day, as a matter of fact. So come on out, run the bases. Dad'll go with you.
Mark Zipchinski, you see his numbers on the year. He's in potentially for one batter. Chris Coughlin, left-handed hitter with 2 on and 1 out here in this 8th inning. How about this? Allen and McAllister combined to throw 51 pitches. 33 of those were strikes. Out of those 33 pitches that were strikes, only 8 swings and misses. That's because they couldn't catch up to it.
Well, that, and they were paying. They hit some quality spots.
Couldn't pull the trigger. I mean, it was just, whew. You get all kind of action out here. Castro, maybe a bathroom break. He's back on the field. And a pinch hitter, Ross, hitting for Coughlin, so you get a right-handed stick for Coughlin. Ross is only hitting $169 on the year.
Well, he just wanted to go with a right-hander up there.
0 for 7 as a pinch hitter. Takes a strike. So I'd have to believe Ross will stay in the game and catch. And we'll wait to see what move he makes for the outfielder.
Right. Well, good double play candidate if you can get a ground ball here to get out of the inning. That's exactly what you're looking for.
A little bit outside, 1-1.
Shaw looks warm in the Indians bullpen. Denorfia on deck.
One pitch, out of play. By the way, for what it's worth, David Ross, 59 at bats this year. He has not grounded into a double play.
Well, no time like the present. 7 straight Cub hitters have been down on the count 0-2-1-2. But they do have 2 base runners. The walk and the hit batter. Here's your ground ball double play right here.
The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. You're no Nostradamus, but we'll take it.
Theme of the night. It's been the strikeout. 12th strikeout now by Indians pitching, and he gets him to swing over that breaking ball down and in. So the pinch hitter goes down swinging. Francona comes back out to the mound. Shaw will be entering the ball game, and there's 2 outs now.
The last 8 outs in this game for the Indians pitchers have all been strikeouts. Timeout in the 8th, 4-3 Cleveland. 4-3, the Indians lead it. And the last 8 outs recorded by the Tribe's pitching staff have all been via the K.
Yeah, and 6 of them have been called. 2 have been swinging, but boy, there's some nasty pitching going on right now. Not a lot to swing at. Can't pull the trigger. There's one swing. There's a called. And there's a swing. That's nasty, huh? They have 2 outs.
And the batter will be Mike Baxter, yet another pinch hitter for Chicago. Brian Shaw, the new Indians pitcher. They'll face Baxter, who is 3 for 16 on the year in pinch hit situations. Ground ball, weakly hit towards Kipnis. He'll flip it to Lindor, and the inning is over. Cubs strand a pair. Bottom of the 8th, Indians lead it by a run. And for Chicago now, Jonathan Herrera goes to third base. Chris Bryant moves out to left field from third. Mike Baxter takes over for Denorfia in right. And the new catcher is David Ross.
Okay.
National League Baseball in the American League Park.
Yeah, right.
James Russell got the last out of the 7th. Will stay on to pitch the 8th. He's got Brantley, Santana, and Murphy due up for Cleveland. Michael 1 for 3 with an RBI double. Brantley with a bunt.
Oh,
well
what a
placed.
beautiful.
Bare hand grab and throw, but not in time. Tell you what, give Herrera credit coming in cold late in the game. He made it at least a play, but Brantley, with his second hit of the night, gets the leadoff man aboard.
Well, when's the last time you've seen Michael Brantley bunt? And it's off a left-hander, and he's playing back, not about even with the bag, but Brantley just made sure he put the ball down. Herrera did everything in his power. Brantley beats it out. It goes as a base hit. Well done. It's got to be his first infield hit this year, or bunt hit, I should say, and out comes Joe Madden.
So it looks like we're going to have another pitching change.
Strope.
Wow, the carousel is a-spinning tonight here at Progressive Field. At Tire Express and Total Car Care coming up next here on Sports Time Ohio. Indians lead at 4-3. We're in the bottom of the eighth. Leadoff man aboard. Carlos Santana will be the batter. New pitcher for the Chicago Cubs is Pedro Strop. Opposition hitting just a .143 against him. He's walked 10, struck out 31 in his 29 innings. 26 out of 32 outings have been scoreless.
Yeah, he has a good arm. He has good stuff. Remember him with Baltimore.
He's had 10 inherited runners. 4 have scored.
All right. Indians looking to maybe put an extra one on the board if they can. He can be wild. You got to make him get in the zone.
Santana went around. And a count 2-1. Called a strike. That was borderline at the knees outside corner. Santana with a 2-2 count now. And he strikes him out, took something off. And Carlos out in front of it. 1 away.
There's the slider. Gets Santana to swing over the top of it. Out number 1 here, bottom half of the 8th.
By the way, word is Yan Gomes left with cervical tightness. So did something to his neck, I'm assuming, right?
Well, I don't know.
Murphy, it's a called strike, and it's 1-1. David looked like he was starting after it and then stopped. Two balls, one strike. Again, Murphy.
Yeah,
chasing after it. Strope's one of those guys. He's got the blazer at 95, 96. And so you can see the hitters, they're geared up for that. And they get to starting, and the ball's in the dirt, and they just can't hold up. Low and away and a full count.
That was a good shot as you see how Strop throws it. And he really falls off to the first base side.
Also gives the viewer a little perspective on just how fast, how quickly that ball's coming in there.
That was a good shot.
Whew. Not much time to react. The 3-2.
Breaking ball. Started the runner, though. So obviously Tito feels that Murphy's going to put it in play.
Chased it in the dirt.
Yeah.
And down to second base goes Brantley. But there are now 2 down in the inning.
So Murph will get his, Brantley will get his 8th stolen base. It's a breaking ball in the dirt, and Ross couldn't come up cleanly with it. But he was off and running. You see, he didn't have a good jump. He was waiting to take a peek. The ball gets by Ross. Brantley goes to second base. 2 outs now.
They're going to intentionally walk Moss and go right on right against Roberto Perez. Shows you the respect that the Cubs have for Brandon Moss, even though he's just 2 for his last 18. And struck out twice tonight. They know that he can put a 2-pointer up there with one quick swing, put it out of reach. Roberto Perez gets his first at bat of the night.
Well, it was Urshela back in the 7th that had a big base hit to give the Tribe their 4th run. And that's the thing you look for, just a key base hit every now and then when you can do that. But Perez coming on because Gomes left the game, so this will be his first at bat.
In tight, 2-0. Earlier tonight, the Twins beat the Cardinals. Royals topped the Brewers. Pirates beat the White Sox. Chicago has now lost 7 in a row.
Pittsburgh's hot.
Yeah, how many is that for Pittsburgh? 8 in a row in the win column for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, they've been hot.
The 2-0. Perez lean back off-speed pitch in there. And it's 2-1. Yeah, with that win, the Pirates are just 4 back of St. Louis in the NL Central now.
That was Derek Cole on the mound for them. 11
Garrett
and
Cole,
2.
oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Garrett Cole, yep.
Back out of play. You do wonder. It shouldn't have anything to do with the guys on the field because it doesn't affect them or impact them in any way. But with everything that's going on with St. Louis, the hacking scandal, the FBI investigation, I wonder if that does seep into the clubhouse at all.
You never know. Well, with the way the media is and everything online, I'm sure it does.
2 on, 2 out, 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Perez strikes out to end the inning. Well, we head to the 9th. Indians clinging to a 1-run lead. furniture. Well, Danny Salazar got knocked out by Mother Nature more than anything else. And the Indians did have an early response. They came out right out of the gates with 2 in the first.
It's been a while since they scored in the first inning, so that was good.
Brian Shaw with just 5 major league saves to his credit. We'll try to close it out here in the 9th. It won't be easy. He's got Kyle Schwarber to lead it off. Then Addison Russell. And then Dexter Fowler. And if anybody gets on, big guys like Anthony Rizzo and Chris Bryant would be due to follow. Schwarber, 2 for 3 tonight. 2-run homer, single. Struck out his last time up. And a foul back. This guy, as you said earlier, has a good eye, but he's also very aggressive. I mean, if he sees it early, he's getting after it.
He gets the barrel of the bat to the ball. That's one thing you could say about him, and it doesn't matter inside, outside. He waits on it. Good eye.
Down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Grounded right at Lindor.
Didn't get the barrel of that one.
And 1 down in the 9th. Addison Russell 0 for 2 on the night with a walk. Swung out and missed. Breaking ball bounced in front of the plate. A little bit outside, 2-1. Fastball belled high but fouled back, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Shaw is among the top 10 in the American League in appearances. He has now allowed a run in 24 out of the 30 that he has pitched this year. Back out of play. In his last 9 games, Shaw has pitched 8 2/3 with 8 strikeouts, 2 walks, 1 earned run, not including tonight. He's already retired 2. Last out of the 8th, first out of the 9th. 2-2 pitch to Russell. Got him looking.
Yes, indeedy.
A little backup slider, and there are 2 down in the 9th.
There's that breaking ball, sort of frozen. Another strikeout for Indians pitching. 12 now on the night.
Swung out and miss. Hit foul up the first base side. Cubs are down to their final strike. And the 0-2 to center field. And the Indians win it. 4-3 is the final. Tribe splits the series with the Cubs here in Cleveland, and they've won 2 out of 3 on the year from the National League.